a slow day of the game taking forever to come up. I don't know why. Maybe it's the change of the season. But for some odd reason, my circadian rhythm is really messed up. Some days waking up as late as 8 AM, others, like today, 4:30. So might be a bit sluggish today, and apparently grade Ace Attorney is having the same sluggishness. So maybe it too woke up really early this morning. Take a quick nap, and then you get yourself back up. Ace Attorney? Where's Ace Attorney? All I see is a black screen so far. Which isn't right. Yesterday was a take long to load day, which means today has to be the quick load. What if I threaten to put both songs over each other? Now not working. Doesn't wake the game up. What if I put more songs? Really try to wake up the game and get it going. We're not popping up, let's take it in. Let's get it close. What about? There we go. That finally woke the game up. Sorry about that, but the game was asleep still. Consider that the alarm clock for the game. Alright, so yesterday. Yesterday started great. Ace Attorney 2. Finished The Blossoming Attorney, and now should be a flashback to a hitherto unknown second case with Natsume. Just gonna jump right into it now that the game's awake. Because there was one case with Natsume in the first game, and now they're talking there were two.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
But then,
no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
kinda sounds like.
Though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
I was going to say this sounds like a couple of notes. One, they're going to lean back into the Reaper and his curse. But also, that I was going to assume that this is going to involve the mystery neighbor that appeared in the first game once. So it feels like the whole story for these two games they had plotted out from the start, and then made the choice to divide it into two. Because even the Steam forums are commenting on that. The first game really is 3/5 tutorial. That's not just me coming to that conclusion, that's everybody else. It's not so bad now, because it's two games for the price of one. But if you bought this in 2015 and 2017, that's 2 years between full-on tutorial game and then completion. 6 months ago arrived. Alright. 6 months ago. But the first Kokoro case was soon after arrival. And then Natsume leaves, sometime before 2 months are up. Maybe this is gonna be President Naruhito, reminiscing on 4 months ago. Months ago now. Wait, truly? Hold on. Because you arrive, you do a couple of cases, 2 months pass with no cases, then 1 case done, then 4 months again. The guy's come here on a legal study of Britain, and he's doing no court stuff. Really? Really? When you see lost your right to return, does that mean like legally barred from practicing law, or did you just not feel up to it? What about his stipend? He's still getting money from Japan to study law, isn't he? Alright, so the accolades page says to examine a green bottle before it drops. I forget whose green bottle it is. Gotta make sure to look at every single green bottle that I see. The analytical device is back. Not so close, Shones. Well, naturally, if someone has something to announce, there probably is a surprise. What? No, just conditioned last night. Plus, he hasn't been practicing law for like 4 months apparently, so maybe he's just become slovenly. Didn't I say that Kazuma was replaced with a new boyfriend? After supper, too. The first button you saw. Truly an incredible clairvoyant. I don't think the green bottle's gonna be here. I forget what name the accolade used, but I'm pretty sure it's somebody else's place. And not Iris, something with a J maybe? It's being stationary, so naturally going to be Susato. That's right. Is she coming back? Is he going to get his legal assistant? What's the timeline going to be? This is 4 months after the end of the previous game. And she was speaking in terms of 9 months ago from the start of the previous. So maybe she's coming back in time for the third or fourth case. First, examine all the things. Blue carbuncle. Is that a new cheese? Always up for new blue cheeses. A precious stone. A blue cheese. Ever been discovered? Well, I guess if it's blue, it wouldn't be a garnet, then would it? Cool bottle of alkaloids. Then we just have a case about alkaloids. And where is that button? What? Nah, just tea. Nothing ominous about tea. Did I forget anything today? Got the door closed, the windows closed. Lamp, light, fan, tea, charger. Should be good. That's on that side. Green bottles, but not the green bottles. Because it shows the show. She idolizes the man. Speaking of which, though, it's been 4 months since the previous case. Does that mean that they finally published How to the Baskervilles, or is that never going to come out? Well, no, he could inspire some novels or something. A Frost Place. We going full Don't Starve Together here? You simply light a cold fire, easy as. Memoirs, as in the title drop of the Memoir of Kokoro. Dr. Wilson's books. Are you going to acknowledge what's in it? Oh, well, she tells us anyway. Now that that's no longer a mystery. Stradivarius is back. Speaking of Stradivarius, where is Wagahai? Wagahai should be here too. Clearly said Stradivarius, and still got sold cheaply. Is it a fake Stradivarius? You really can't tell the difference. Just by going by ear, people say you can. What you really hear is a money. Great analytoscopeinator. A great analytoscope. It's gonna be great analytoscopes all the way down. Alright, that's everything. Could I go back upstairs first? Can I have a shovel and spade conversation by myself? Shovelers aren't gonna correct me. He is going to argue with himself about it. Oh my goodness, he's so lonely. Is the desk is empty. And he still hasn't filled in the Daruma? That's healthy at least, take as long as you need. And can we inspect the room, now that it's not exactly Senzato's room? But she's left, it's no longer her private chamber. I'm still surprised the Anemone actually stayed alive. Downstairs, just wanted to get the shovel conversation. Present the armband. It's tradition, you have to. Right on the money. Excellent deduction, Sholmes. Parking man. Alright, let's get to it in conversations. Miss Suzato's letter and startling news. That's separate? Letter first. Alright, so this is directly after the timeline. With the 9 months since, 4 months since, 6 months total. It's math. You can never tell if math is tricky. Is that gonna trigger the flashback? You don't recall Natsume? He gave us a cat! Sure he did. A left side mustache or right side mustache? Okay, so the news. Is the news that she's coming back? Is the news that she's never able to? They did hint that there is a connection in the second case to the overarching plot. Read over her case notes again. Investigate further. And something troubled the professor. Very strange, but we never got to play it. Very weird. Does Sholmes know about any details in government secret leakages and global assassinations? He was perfectly fine. Even the fever was a facade. Well, it's not that we need Sholmes for this. It's only going to be the analysis of the prior case. So it's past Sholmes that we need, not the present. But that's suspicious. He hears about this, and then suddenly, he has an absence. Maybe he's reporting back, maybe this is inspiring him to follow up on some hitherto unknown lead. Or it could be coincidence, could just be busy today. One of them forbidden from being published. Literally, in the first game. Or the haunted lodgings. Naturally, we gotta read them. There's no game without them. Another funny detail, no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. And I have to wonder why. If it's about the last case, he did threaten to basically post state secrets in public, but he also had the backing of the prosecution for that. And if he's here as a student to study British law and he's not allowed to practice law, what if they send him back? Instead of paying for him to have an extended vacation with Shomsies. Back at the court, what, the day after? If both the prior case and the secret case are enigmatically referred to as 2 months ago. Departs. How's the Bay Area Rapid Transit gonna help us in early 20th century London? Oh, there's a mouse. An adorable little mouse. So far, Saint Bartholomew looks a lot like Saint Sinners, but nicer. It's got pets. Everybody's lonely and wants to bond. She? Oh, you, that's right. We never got the victim's name or anything. Just get stabbed. He assumed her name was olive green because of her effects, but is she really? Okay, let me, really quickly. Really quickly check something. Accolades. Examine Miss Green's bottle. Miss Green's bottle before it falls to the table. Okay, where's Miss Green's bottle? Before it falls from the table. I don't see a bottle though. Maybe it's later. I thought that last line was added by localizers to make it less bad. Could be. Could be special someone, brother, cousin. Could be anyone. Hazel doesn't want to be examined. Mouse, see? Did you speak to the mouse? It's not a vermin, it is part of the local domestic ecosystem. Yeah, it's healthy, it's at the hospital. It's just here for its checkup. The hospital's so good, even the mice are in good health. Cruelty game. Isn't that typical to even modern hospital experiences? She comes in to be stabbed, and her treatment note says do not feed. The typical experience of you come in for any issue at all, and the first thing they'll do is, well, you gotta lose weight first. To the point of completely ignoring any actual health concerns that the patient comes in for. Nope, so far I don't see Bottle. Nothing bodily to interact with. Let's see what's inside. She's right there. We haven't spoken to her. And we're just gonna rummage through her things. And nothing to the right? Well, that's new. New, I say, when technically St. Bart's is supposed to be different from St. Sinner's, but it's the exact same layout. Same art, just a few couple things added. What's the sign say, though? Or they could just say they, Ryanosuke. Alright, that's enough snooping. That's all the snooping. Let's speak then, Miss Green. So Green herself is a painter. Is it not right? Well, there you go then. If you're trying, then you are an artist. Keep it up. Well, there you go. The real artist experience is saying that you have no talent and your art is awful. That's every artist that I know. About yourself first, build rapport, then ask about the incident. Waking up at 4:30 is so weird. Brixton Road. Where was that in relation to Briar Street? Salubrious. Salubrious. Health-giving, healthy. Ah, salacious. That's why I was confused. I was confusing salubrious with salacious. Oh, maybe she wanted some books. There's a couple of bookstores close by Briar Street. Or she had a paramour. We won't keep you, except to tell us about how you got stabbed. How much you want to bet that the key around her neck becomes important? Why none other than you, Sherlock Holmes? That wasn't you, leading the defense in court. And that's it then? Oh, I just noticed there's a painting on the floor. Narrow fodder. At least try to get the name right. Saucy nutmeg. He's doing this on purpose. Well. Has he been arrested yet again? Hence having a Bobby deliver the notes. It means to Zada that he must be in prison again. At his lodgings. Is he still there then? A fiacre. Now you're making words up. Fiacre. A small four-wheeled carriage for public hire.
Fiacre.
Fiacra. Still fake. It must mean then that the curse of the Reaper is absolutely true. And if he got up twice, it must be multiplicitous. And doubles the curse coming back at him. February 21st. Oh. So, we truly never get to speak to this fellow. We see him once. Like, just pass on by him. At the tail end of the investigation at the Kokoro, the first game. We see him again, and he's dead. And here I thought, if everybody was moving out of the GAA2's flats, that this guy did too. That if Natsume moved out, then this clear global assassin had no reason to stay either. Everyone that I think is a global assassin ends up dead. Without wiggle. Worm no wiggle to replace worm no string. Greg's son, watch your tone. Don't forget that Sholmes here is in cahoots with her ladyship Miss Iris. So why is Natsume here and looking so distraught to see the prime suspect this time too? Oh, we can't go to the consultancy. We can't go to Sholmes' suite. Well, we saw you, Mr. Natsume, you're alive, so toodles. Hey, Iris. Tapping away to keyboard, the kids these days. Buck up Bruno. Barrel coronets. Alright, that's all I came for. Plus, I can't go to the consultancy. Just beneath Mr. Natsume's room. Alright, so he can't converse with anybody, can't present. What have you got here? So we can't look at anything. Got it. Inspector first for Curry. Oh, he's gone back to the wrong shoes. Last time he wore proper... whatchamacalls shoes. That's his Japan footwear. Are they only using one model for him this whole game? Maybe it's his casual at-home shoes. No, because he wore other shoes as well. Also, it's not to be continued yet, but gonna grab myself a little quick BRB. Back in a second, so for now, enjoy watching Natsume fidget around, Natsume dance for a few minutes. Alright, enough of twitchy Natsume, at least needlessly twitchy Natsume. What's up, man? 3 days since. Alright, arrested for, not the trial. This guy's having the worst week. So death really does follow him every time he's around the English. 2 murders in 1 week, Brett's murder, back in Japan. You can't keep this guy around British people. Oh, Ryunosuke, Natsume makes friend to nobody. Of course he kept to himself. Everyone being a source of paranoia. Every set of eyeballs are eyeballs on the back of the skull. Wasn't a you actually knew him. No, that's enlightening. So was it the inspector himself that refused to let you move? William Shakespeare. You know, kind of think of it, we never completed that opening either. About Mrs. Garadev knowing everything about the going-ons of the lodgers. That was also pretty suspicious. Like, for whatever reason, she knew the hours that Natsume kept to himself at night. He didn't get to eat the fish. Did you see that? It went up to his mouth, but because I advanced the text quickly, it went right back down. Culprit? Gregson? Did you let something slip? So we've spoken to him, Sholmes, and then Sholmes suddenly appears every time clues are near. Wanting us to believe that he was here this whole time. See, has it been more than 5 minutes? The break didn't even happen. Deduction game. Is it gonna be deduction game already? There's a cup next to him. Maybe the reason this case shook Susato's dad is a poison used? Is he also going to have the constricted eyeballs? poison lingering in the air. No, he's just skittish, see? He's just skittish, and the deductions are freaking him out. That's all it is. Let's see. For the Clouded Kokoro, this means that they've heard 2 deductions by this point. 3. 3 minimum, 2 on the boat, 1 here. I think that Kokoro case was case 4 out of 5. First full case of the game. Then the game ends right afterwards. He does have fun with the mouth. There's a bit of blue tint throughout his eyeballs. A sizable bar of soap. No. Maybe the foam of the mouth isn't soap. It was just acting theatrical. Natsume is so confused. He has to stare at the camera. Struggle against his hunger. The cup surely. Excess ingestion of foul soap. Cause of death, poisoning from soap ingestion. Suicide or murder? Oh no, Natsume. Do you know something? Did you hear something? Because he does live right under you. Well, that's from kicking the door down, isn't it? That's from them coming in. Well, plans for the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. Let's course correct then. Could be gas poisoning. There are gas lines in here. It's got fats, which means it has calories. But, Jones, you need your gut flora. Spill the contents of your stomach. I could feel that in my mouth right now, in my nose. I could feel that soapy vapor. The man is nothing but exposed nerves. Everything touches him. What I want to see is a deduction game used on someone with an amazing poker face. Like the Apollo Justice game. The one game that Apollo Justice had. Where this whole thing is like watching people's expressions and little movements and twitches. And they try to make it tricky by the end. Here everybody's an open book. If they're keeping a secret, they are going to react and stare directly at it. Grasp it behind their back and then let you turn around to watch it. Course correction time. The cause of death may be poisoning, but not soap. Maybe gas. Natsume is reacting to poison. You know what? Mr. Garadeb, in the closing credits, does mention Mrs. Garadeb being in lockup and him visiting her. What if the game is being tricky, and Mrs. Garadeb wasn't in lockup for throwing things out the window and accidentally stabbing somebody? What if she was in lockup because she's actually the true culprit of this one too? Something that proves whether or not he ate soap. Is there soap residue on the fork? Oh, well there you go. There's the other half of the soap.
Take that!
I mean, that doesn't discount trying to eat soap, given his conditions. Maybe he was cutting the soap in half to make it easier to eat, and the other half just slipped off to the floor. No sign of food. Well, I guess the cup must be nothing too. Maybe it's not the soap that's poisonous, but you bathe with the soap, that gets the London tap water on the soap, then you eat the soap with the London tap water on it. This is still the only range I have. Well, clearly the teacup.
Take that!
Second case of the game is gonna be easy. We haven't even tested for poison. We've seen him dead. We see a teacup. Ergo. Full gospel truth conclusion. Maybe Mr. Natsume dined with the victim the night before and then was freaked out by something and ran away. What's my range? Still here? There's 2 cups. A single teacup?
Take that!
Sholmes, you're not even trying. If we get to look all around, why don't you? There is a crack on the teacup. Maybe they both ingested curare. But the crack put a tiny cut on the lip. Why does that look like the banker from the third case of the first game? So 2 halves of soap, 2 teacups, but they were totally having tea and soap for dinner together. 2 poor, lonely tenants. There is a bottle, but I don't know if this is going to be Green's bottle. But technically, again, it only says examine the bottle before it's smashed, right? It could be like in the tutorial mission of the first game, where Brett smashes the bottle before he could examine it, or poison. So it could be in court. The identity of last night's visitor. I doubt it's a candle. You can't open those. Glasses you can't examine. Pile of books. An empty bottle. I bet you the books prove that this was Natsume as a guest. Are they the 3 books from the previous case? Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, yep. Meal for Gaborao. He never gets to read the books ever. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, so I had to examine them first.
Take that!
I couldn't just say these books prove it. I had to look at them and then say these books prove it. I'm sure he'd react all the same. Though Although Naruhodo, let's face it, that's not really a strong argument since his room is swarming in mountains of books, if it is in there. They made it more stylish this game around, I like that. Boom. That only says that Natsume was dining with him. That doesn't say he murdered him. And Mr. Natsume, once again, is a fixed point in time. He exists in the future in this game. We can't get him killed. Well, Mr. Natsume, now that we've convinced Gregson that you're the killer, can we defend you? Will you let us? You know what? You know why I love Natsume as a character, even though he's so boisterous and out there, is because he's a grounded character. He's got extreme reactions and very skittish, but he's grounded. He's normal otherwise. What I didn't really like about, say, first game Case 5 and stuff, is that they just went full-on clown with their characters. Ace Attorney mostly started off grounded, then made characters a little bit goofier over time. It was never too serious, but it wasn't full-on goof. But sometimes it does get full-on goof, and the full-on goof characters don't do it for me. But this is grounded goof. Grounded goof I love. Ba-da-bum. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, cool, so he's willing. We've just helped convince them that he's a killer, so naturally we're the best ones to defend him. Poor little kitty cat. Of course, more Wagahai is always a good thing. And so, now that we're officially on his defense again, we get to investigate, right? Investigate, take some statements. Gregson isn't here. This is our chance to rearrange the room however we need and want. So we have to talk to Mr. Garada, and then Mrs. Garada, and the tea spilling. Worth trying. A reference just in case you had to pray for a victim. Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed the British Way. There's no crack on this cup though, so I'm thinking maybe it is Kurare. Or is it even how it's pronounced?
Curare.
Yeah, Kurare.
Curare.
Kurare.
Curare.
Kurare. Right. Naruhiro, does that not remind you of any other case where 2 people drank poison but only 1 died? Pair of teacups? No, they are both cracked. Mr. Natsume's is green. Second-hand book receipts, that's for the book. Street map. Completely clean? Maybe he didn't drink that. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. See, I don't have a tea ring on mine. I have just tea. It's like my teacup is like a cast iron skillet. You don't want to scrape a cast iron skillet clean. You want to leave the flavoring in there to enhance later cookings, and that's kind of the same thing with this. It's like every ring of tea tells its own story. Stained on the inside. Everything stains though. Even the little minerals in water eventually stain your pipes, your cups, whatever. That's the insides. Is there anything on the outsides worth examining? I thought I saw something exciting, but it was just my mouse. So that's it for the cups. Gas lamp. Well, that's because the landlords, they could afford it. Natsume also had one in his flat. More boarded up windows for the window tax. Is that an avenue for ingress? That is, and more so. Maybe the poison was on the soap, but the soap was used to clean the teacup. I meant to click the window again. Yeah, 2 soaps. Snow-covered lumps? Yeah, soap. That's consistent prop design there, you can tell right away. A blotch of red. No. These aren't just soaps, these are molds. That's why the soap in his room is in 2. Because he made a mold of something, then split the mold. An expensive brand of soap. It says cheap bar right there. Cheap bar of soap discovered just outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. That's why they're outside the window. Because it's cold. And that solidifies whatever's in the mold. He's making something. Could I break it? We can't break it. Come on, let me break it. Let me spit it in twain. Maybe he ate it. Ripped piece of envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Rest of the envelope could not be located. And then music changed, that's it. Already. Gregson back. Gregson, we found soap molds though. He's alive! Well, there you go, there's no murder then. Oh, so we do get the theme perform. Can we have him dead again? Never mind, he's dead again. Well, clearly, he was alive and well, and if he's dead now, he's dead by bashing the back of his head on the step. Walking Dead. You don't recognize your Shamspeare? You know, Sao. evicted us from the scene. What if this was my only chance to examine the bottle, though? Who's this? Is that a bucket he's carrying around his back? No, that's a pouch. What's the mustard kid wearing? What's his business? So, ground floor, which means the window molds are within easy reach. What's all this then? I think I recognize that chin. Is that the Popeye fellow? Who was on the jury for one of the cases? I think it is. Was. Yeah, see, even Suzato recognizes him. I don't think he was a witness. I'm pretty sure he was a juror. It's only been a few days, whichever case that was. We go back in. Are we allowed? Natsume's bicycle. Or as Natsume puts it, the dicycle. Sure, why not? That's the point, isn't it? To get everyone together and be like, this is how amazing Britain is, go back to your homes and tell witness. Snowman? This is a foreigner. See, my first time making a snowman, it could have been a lovely bonding experience with the old GF and I, but she was having one of her days, so I had to go out and make it myself. Because I had no prior snowman experience, I didn't know all you do is roll up balls and stack the balls. So it ended up more like a snow sculpture. It was still pretty fun though. Nothing else around here, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Can't even present. Garadeb room, prison. And I can go to the Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. And get more shovel time in. So tragic, this must be before they buy the knickknacks. Does he even have? He doesn't have the anemone yet. No anemones, no prawns. Emergency midnight feast. It's prawns, Suzato. Just think, tempura. Is it really down to digging or loose material? I thought it was shape, that shovels are pointy and spades are flat. Spade or shovel? People often mistakenly use the word shovel interchangeably with spade, as do I. But strictly speaking, shovels are broad-bottomed tools for moving loose materials, whereas spades tend to have sharpened edges, better designed for digging. Broad-bottomed for loose materials. Are you telling me then the flat side makes a shovel, not a spade, and the pointy one is a spade for digging? No, they're both shovels then. This is like people try to convince you that there's no such thing as a cow, as an actual individual animal. No, a cow is only a pregnancy-age female head of cattle. Clearly, these guys are behind the times for language change. What to do? Be safely ignored. And now that she's with me, oh, it doesn't change even with her here. Guess for the accolade, just not inspecting it every single time, just getting all the different ideas off of it. Alright, so, where to next? Garadebs or prison? Maybe Garadebs. Then we'll go get some statements out of Mr. Natsume. And please tell me there won't be any more tea spilling. No, there can't be, because Mrs. Garadeb has got to be in the lockup for the accidental murder. Accidental not murder. So Garadeb then should be perfectly safe to say what he wants without getting spilled on? Maybe want to snoop around first. Everything's still a mess from the previous game. No snoop then, just tell me what you know. The 1 in the morning. Yeah, he's a lonely old man. There's no TV yet, no video games. It's an old London house. I'm sure you could hear everybody. Every step they take, every time they chew. You'd be surprised, Naruto. Is it just a hiss? The hiss goes through your pipe, so you know that someone is getting it from somewhere? Single pipe for the whole building? Is that it then, as the flow opens for the other rooms? The pressure to his momentarily drops to accommodate that new access? But that would require that he's been staring at the lights the whole time, all evening, just watching his lamp to see if it flickers for a moment. Slightly different amounts of gas. Gaseous analysis. Get this guy on MI6. So that's who kicked out his door? Because it was half an hour late for waking up? Well, you're sweating, so what's going on? Better safe than sorry. What did you know? We need Shums up here to do some more do some more deductions to correct. Tell us about Shakespeare. So he's a research performer? Romeo and Hamlet. See, that's a much better pairing already. Well, he's no more low. Guess that's it. So no deductions to get the truth of what he's hiding? Doesn't care about my armband. Does he care about the cups, the snoop that he is? Doesn't care. I get it, he's old, he's tired. Prison, it is then. What is who? Oh, Sholmes is here too. Well, that's only because Sholmes' initial deduction was so wrong we had to get involved. You can almost say that it was Sholmes, so that is to this conclusion. There you go, only attempted murder. From one capital offense to another. Oh, mustache. So you do confess to dining with him, had a debate. He could have had a friend then, if he actually had fun with somebody. Well, Sasuke, that's great. We are your lawyer, so spill it. What if, since we have seen a portrait of somebody resembling Miss Green but skinnier, what if this was an assassination by somebody close to her who thought that Mr. Natsume did do the murder, but Shamspear got the drink instead? Tea you brewed as a gift. So you slip poison into the tea. So as I could, maybe show the teacups. Yeah, Ryonosuke is true. Even when he goes back to Japan, English people die around him. Because it's cheap. Cheap, and there's 2 book places nearby. Actually is kind of sound if the Garden House is haunted or cursed. If that's 2.5 murders here in such a short period of time. That's just the cat though, isn't it? That's just Wakahai? Cats have a habit of sleeping on people's faces. Writhing in agony from the poison in his body. Did you see this? Or is this your imagination? Perhaps he could rent it to storage? Could that be it? That he's simply worried about his investment? Or maybe he did establish that the pipes are kind of worn out. Maybe he worries that maybe there's some butane poisoning going on around here. Ahem, excuse me. Maybe not Sholmes, Greg? Greg. On that note, visiting hours conveniently over. Good news! What's the good news? Bad first. There's no Iris here, or no Shrooms to say good first. That's 2 votes for bad first. Good news. Then why give the fake option? Exactly. And the bad news is he's fingered Natsume as a culprit. Oh, well, it can't be Mr. Natsume then, otherwise he wouldn't just say someone. What a twist. Alright then, we'll go to court for the trial. The Mr. Shamspear lies. And so once again, trial after a save. We've already got evidence. To be continued to trial day 1, right? Trial day 1 or investigation part 2? Already part 2. Alright. So, that's my place for a BRB. Then we'll do trial, so give me a few minutes, and we'll get back into it. over. Take us to the first day of court. I just realized. Suzato never did get to live out her dream of wearing a Bobby helmet, did she? Nor of getting to ride in one of their carriages. Somehow, it was an open-shut case. It's not my fault that the jurors are all so fickle and the prosecutor straight up hides facts of the case. And the bad news is it that the Reaper has returned? Esquiress. Lord Barrack Van Zeeks, what a twist. The only prosecutor not a Briton? No visiting prosecutor from the Auchi clan? But you see, Natsume, doesn't this make you the luckiest man alive? You got off with a not guilty verdict and somebody else dies, not you. Instead, you get double the not guilty verdicts. They gotta keep in mind that whatever occurs during these trials and investigations could potentially have hints to the overarching plot. If Papa Mikotaba had some interest in it, if Sholmes didn't want it published. What's the weakness? If he were here... Oh, Sholmes. Backwards foreshadowing, since Zeeks did use Sholmes as not quite a weapon, but a thing to discount. That's Sholmes evidence. Sholmes evidence doesn't count. So already some familiar faces. Is this the exact same? This is the exact same jury setup as a previous Natsumi trial, isn't it? Well, now that's just floating Benzeeks. He's having fun, he's bantering. That's not being professional, that's when you tease your crush because you don't know how else to express your feelings for them. Chosen at random. Complete random. She's new, since Mrs. Garradev is behind bars. But everyone else is the exact same. The same jurors have been asked to return. Why does the prosecution want the same jurors? Won't they have the bias that, well, this guy was innocent the first time around? He's not that type. Repent for his wrongdoings. Have you forgotten that he was pronounced not guilty? And the accused. And instead he's studying the language and culture of the court systems. Well, Judge, he was dragged in. If you want to uphold that oath, then toss the case out. Over yesterday. Need. So he would have spasmed about then. That's a rat poison, and it does result in convulsions and everything. what is that? The left of the stove. That's not gas spillage. Because it's gaseous gas. Tea, maybe? Tea spilling from the kettle? Photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Very suspicious. They haven't captured the second teacup. And I don't think I examined this yet. The ripped off piece of envelope. Or right-handed, or they held the envelope upside down. That's it, that's the only piece of thing on it. Is that it's ripped. Rip. This is the trial. We're going to establish that he just has his cat sleeping on his chest or his face. Isn't it? Because he's mentioned those suffocating feelings before, but like so many things with the first game, there wasn't any follow-up on. Stove went out and someone tried to kill me. So maybe just gassing himself and not the cat sleeping on him. A conclusive point? Is it a conclusive point with conclusive evidence? Maybe he was sore from having lost a Shakespearean argument. Bottled water especially to make it. Manage me, thank you for the follow. But the numbers haven't gone up, so probably another of the very prolific follow bots lately. Got several all throughout the night too. All of whom right away banned by Twitch. So what is the first testimony? All correct so far? And that's it. That's it for the testimony. That's too succinct. Could they have when we shoved them right into our inventory? Then explain, prosecutor. But wouldn't there have been, like, residue on the cups or anything? And already the accolades are influencing my thoughts. Because we have to examine Green's bottle before Green's bottle is smashed to receive the accolade. So if Green's bottle is going to be smashed and we need just one drop of fluid in order to analyze for poison, then maybe, much like the first case of the first game, it gets smashed to hide the evidence. We haven't even begun the cross-examination. We're owed at least one. So I don't think I have anything to contest. Only thing I really have is that the victim's cup sat long enough to develop a ring, and Natsume's was drank fast enough that no ring developed. So that's very obviously a hold on. Where'd it go? There was a disc of the depression. See, I thought the whole thing was a mold. And the reason there was 2 soap pieces in his room was because he smashed the mold open to reveal what was inside, but this is shallow. So it's only a shallow mold? The reddish medallion for the center mysteriously vanished. Did it melt in my pockets? Was the soap the strychnine after all? And cleaning the cups is what made the poison residue.
Hold it!
So dry today. You know, in the spirit of Sherlock Holmes becoming Herlock Sholmes, they should have made Shamspeare's name Hamspear. What? Nobody else thinks it's funny? Not one, not two, not any.
Hold it!
Yeah, it's your classic who would beat who in a fight internet debate. But doesn't Greco-Roman imply... Terrible scene of carnage. They were just having fun. He wasn't killed by wrestling, he was killed by poison. Well, there you go, jury. This is a man so sympathetic and so good that he brought tea to an Englishman who couldn't afford it. Not guilty is all around. Because he brewed it.
Hold it!
Wouldn't the tea ring work? Because there's a tea ring around the cup. Go on, gas analysis. Though it is maybe possible that with an especially long stick and a molded key, they could have removed the bricks in the window and then pushed the exceptionally long key into the door, and locked from the inside, then reapply the bricks.
Hold it!
Minutes after consumption. The medical report. Give it over. Report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentioned the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. But it's not an autopsy, is it? Where's the vivisection report? Victim William Shamspeare, 31, cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood that the substance had been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed for the victim's pocket watch that appears to have been broken, but the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. Isn't that convenient that every time somebody dies with a watch, it breaks, somehow, at the time of death? No other container for the poison was found at the scene. Could it be that his watch was simply broken weeks ago, on 1:30, in the afternoon, and he simply hasn't gotten it fixed yet?
Hold it!
But they both drank tea. What was the poison in? We drank the tea. We got teacups. That's all we have. See, Suzato, everybody says to drink tea when it's hot in Japan. Find the inconsistency with the inspector, is her hint. Poison and the tea. At around 11. But it takes half an hour. And this says the cause of death, or the time of death, was around 1:30 a.m. That could be it. Because if they left at 11, if he left at 11, then he couldn't have been the one to provide the tea then, to provide the poison at least.
Objection!
Hey. Pretending you don't know what I'm talking about. So it could have been it was actual suicide? But then again, his tea was sitting in his cup long enough to develop a ring. So it could have been he simply left the tea in his cup for 2 hours. Because that was the victim's cup with the ring, right? No ring on Natsume's cup. Oh, cute! They did it in sync. I'm sure it smells nice, Van Zeeks, but it tastes better with your tongue. Yes. Yes, it is. It's entirely impossible to imagine.
Objection!
Objection!
Van Cold Tea, Van Zeeks, you are making things up. There is nothing the British hate more. Even more than foreigners and trans folks. Than tea that has gone lukewarm. They chug it down hot. No, no other visitor. Yes, that's a lot easier to put into the minds of the jurors.
Objection!
Objection!
That does that mean you have another witness? Is it the Popeye fellow? Oh, the victim himself to testify. Well, let him, then we'll tear him apart. And make him wish the strychnine took him. Maybe he is both simultaneously victim and culprit, deliberately giving himself a small enough dose of strychnine to leave a body, but not to kill himself, but to implicate his neighbor. Uh-oh. Minor wobbly bit rate. He looks. Oh, the Papa guy is here. So what's his business here, though? The victim being on the stand makes sense, but this fellow was just what, a passerby outside the window? Meteor Man. Meteor Man. Perhaps from the gas company? Altamont Gas Company. Is he going to tell us about any inconsistencies or rudities with the gas? Or confirm what hours people had what? Yes, we all saw it from half an hour ago. Get to the present. What's he got to do? Well, the gas is like Watts this time. He's got everything to do with it. The question is, why is he on the stands? Which means upcoming summation examination. They're taking that seriously, but not that the accused brought him tea, proving his innocence. Is he on? Who we got? Olive Green, 20, art school student, ambition to become an artist. Regain consciousness, been comatose for days, suffering a stab to the back. Natsume scene, Gregson scene. William Shakespeare, 31, a victim of the current case, failed after renting a room in the same building as Natsume. Garadeb, Van Zeeks. Really, 23? Well, I guess all folks age differently. Knew a guy who was 18 years old, but straight up looked 50 between the weathering of his face and the blackening of his teeth. Young man who worked for Altamont Gas, witness to the incident. Fifty for what? Back so far? Bitter was it? 'Twas tea alone what passed your lips. It's the soap. The soap had just enough strychnine. Did they do a proper toxicology? Like, how do we know it was strychnine? Was it present in his system? Or were they just comparing the symptoms present in him? Because maybe he did just ingest a little bit of soap to provide some light facial difference there, the frothing in the mouth, any delirium. all night, keeping an eye on his room. That is weird. But his room is bricked up. So, little gap in the bricks. But those bricks are present that morning. And 2, why stare into his room? Yes, exactly, why? Final testimony already. Quick day then. Only 3 hours of stream. Then trial 1. Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? Maybe the point of contention is that naught else passed his lips. And I have to present the big block of soap on the table with the bite mark in it. That could actually be it. As ridiculous as that would be.
Hold it!
I don't think that is what they mean by digesting knowledge. Or the soap. The soap is still compelling.
Hold it!
Loose, but present. Can't we just say straight up that the bricks were present that morning? Them's your orders. Could you clarify on that? Receptacle for the poison. Again. That's what this is, isn't it? There was a disc on there, and the relief is extraordinarily plain. There's no design, so he probably wasn't actually molding anything, but did keep the poison on the windowsills in soap as a container, thus leaving the containers outside and not on the scene of the crime. He alone did pass my lips, naught else. Are frothy lips a symptom of the strychnine? He alone did pass my lips. But there's a plate and a fork in his hand. What's the fork in hand for then?
Objection!
No, it's too soon. But there's a fork in his hand. If no food passes lips, why fork?
Hold it!
Nothing in there at all. Hey, Corpse Eater. That so-called court gesture is the victim of the poisoning, who simply hasn't been poisoned enough.
Hold it!
That's all statements pressed.
Objection!
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. He was found poisoned. But the report mentions nothing about the poison actually being found in his system. It says it causes a small quantity of strychnine, but it doesn't say if any said strychnine was found on him. So he might have been faking, for all I know. Or he could have given himself a tiny dose to play the part. I am defending the accused because poor Mr. Natsume is once again on the bench, accused of murder. A murder with no victim again. Press the witness for more information. But I've been pressing. Got no new statements, no evidence.
Hold it!
And when he left, I did fall prostrate.
Hold it!
You're not saying he fell right away. did drink the tea after he took leave.
Objection!
Again, of all the things the British hate, the one thing they hate the most is cold tea. That's an impossibility. The jury should recognize that huge contradiction. Exactly. Every single British person I know would look at 3-hour-old room temperature tea and toss it out, even if they were starving. Oh no, that's it. Summation examination time. So I guess the function here is just to press statements, get more details, and if I can't contest those details in the cross-examination, contest the juror's interpretation.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Your Honor, they're mumbling.
Guilty.
They all meant to say not guilty.
Guilty!
Summation examination time. I really do enjoy the pacing here. 2 hours from the start of the case, investigation, trial, then 1 hour from start of trial to the summation examination. Random jury corpse eater. A random jury that just so happens to randomly have the exact same people wherever possible. Most of these people were on the jury bench the last time this guy was on trial 2 nights back. Summation examination. And barely comprehend, having had his butt kicked twice now in court, and the last time just 2 days ago. So you know we're honest then, and you know that the accused is a bit of a mess, but otherwise doesn't have a murderous bone in his body. I hate Ryu shirts. Okay, what have we got? A noble man. You think he's splendid. A completely unbiased jury. Oh, he's Japanese, so he must be guilty. And he's got a mustache. As does Mr. Garadeb. Who else has a mustache and stoops over? Who else has a mustache? No evidence that he's a fraudsman. Maybe that's what the soap is about. I did assume at first that they were molds to craft something, and they were outside the window to freeze the mold and what's in it, to crack them open. There's a fabrication. But it's perfectly smooth, so it's probably not to mold money or anything else. Maybe it is just a container for poison. Poison kept solid at freezing temperatures that melts at room. But even at his age, old people love super hot stuff. And there's not much contradictory here. Most of them do hate him. They hate Natsume. They love Shamspear. Reminds you how it works now, we're fine. In story after all, the last trial was 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, so I don't need the refresher. But yeah, I don't think anything is really contradictory, so all I can do, I think, for now is just press him. Press him and hope for extended statements. Okay, so first things first. You've always got good insights.
Hold it!
Derby at Hyde Park. You lost all your money at the horse races? Your wife's secret savings! Juror number 5, how could you? And the day she uses her savings. Oh, Juror, you just dug yourself in. Three hours missing time.
Hold it!
Alright, from the left. So you want proof that he's a liar. And juror number 4 does seem a bit shaken in that regard. If you can show me the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider. Well, if it was suicide, and he's got a new lease on life, then what we have learned about early 20th century British law from Vampire is that people who commit suicide go to prison. For whatever odd reason. So that is a motive to pin his failed suicide on somebody else. If it's not a suicide, then he's got some bizarre motive to make himself look like he got poisoned, and then figure Natsume to put Natsume behind bars. Plenty of compelling reasons. Sir, do you need the racism in a court of law? Isn't Naruhodo himself and Susato Japanese? And 3 he saw him there. So nothing from him. What about you then, juror number 4? No evidence he's a fraudster. For now. Is this soap going to come to play then? The soap that's clearly being used to mint or to mold some kind of round disc?
Hold it!
For the company. Augustus Altamont to the gas company. I got it. I got it. I got it. The victim is a very poor thespian. He cannot afford to eat more than once a day, and when he eats Shakespeare, because he's got no food on the table. I get it now. What's being minted here isn't coinage. It's simply round flat discs for use in the meter. So he is cheating them of more gas. And the soap is going to be evidence to that caused that. I think I see. So that's what this is on the floor. Whatever he is freezing outside to turn into solid discs, he feeds into the gas meter. He gets his light, he gets his heat, and whatever's in there just melts to the floor. Wax, maybe. And the gas company's concerned, because he's clearly getting so much gas. But they come to inspect that there's no coinage. That's his fraud. Well, what's the reason then for having This gentleman watched the room. A grubby little gas thief. Also, I love a queen bee motif going on here. This will indeed. The victim puts out a fine performance and in reality is a common thief of my company's gas. Let's pit that on who? Proof that he is a liar. Has no reason to lie. He's a liar. And a thief.
Objection!
Not contradict. No. They work together. No evidence is there. Can I present some? From the East End branch office employee. Can we get him back on the witness box? Hey, that's one. Two, and since the queen bee is certain too that he's stealing gas, could she vote non-guilty too? That's three. One more. Hey, that's my four. Okay, so we got the soap. We know now what the soap is for. We got the photograph with the wax leak. He does not see it. We'll find them. Put the gas man on the stand, make him testify, and we'll prove it. To rule on the case, but we don't have consensus among the jurors. Didn't they say like 2 hours ago that they need the consensus of the jury before they're allowed to make a verdict?
Objection!
Worker doesn't even have his name. In a supervisory role, we can't allow that though. That sounds exactly like you want to groom the witness to make sure that he's saying things that only put your company in a good light. And again, she's a juror. This is impacting her impartiality. Nobody cares about actual impartiality, about conflicts of interest. Okay, good for you. Through penny bit. No single coin in it. That is a puddle under the meter, that's all wax or whatever else. What about residue? If there is that puddle right under the meter, or the fabricated coinage melting, wouldn't there be any of that inside the meter itself? Wouldn't the puddle right under the meter itself be suspicious? The evidence? And the funny thing is that Shamspear keeps the soap molds outside the window. And if Meterman was watching from outside, looking into the window, the soap molds would have been right there. He had his evidence right in front of him. Rip the gallery. That's how many cups alone today? One bottle. And the cup and bottle in short succession. Didn't I say he's really an international assassin, just like Miss Brett? Tell us about the Rupen's coins. So I know how he's doing it. I just need the opening now. But you didn't think the puddle directly under the meter might be important? The Shakespeare special. And he does have a clearly newer and shinier model of gas meter than Natsume has in his room. Maybe Meterman is what did the killing them. Killing him. Or embarrassing him as a Meterman. $3 a day. Dang. We found motive. Sorry, Popeye. We're going to examine it, and there's going to be a very obvious wax puddle in the bottom. But for whatever reason, they did not count as evidence. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shamsphere in mind. Show it to me. Sealed with beeswax. Well, there you go then. Putting wax in the mind of the players. Maybe what he's fabricating is a wax seal. And not coins themselves. Maybe he's got some way to pick open the lock, breaks it open, takes a coin back out, and then puts a fresh new seal on it. We can't open it though. Hello, drippage. Maybe it's not the seals, but it is wax coins after all. And he's got this hole on the bottom. So when the coins melt, it leaks out. But there'd still be residue. There'd still be wax residue. And this hole itself is evidence. And that's open from the outside, which means there's gonna be lips and burns on the inside of the coin box. Places for wax to pull up. The attached coin box sports a very strong lock, and there's a tiny hole at the base. The meter doesn't appear to be tampered with. Then what do you call this hole?
Objection!
And you never thought the hole at the bottom might be worth noting? Hole at the bottom and there's a pool of wax right underneath it? Well, naturally, with a pair of tweezers, he can pull the coins out really careful-like. Could I ask how it differentiates coins, maybe? Shape and size. So there you have it. He doesn't need to make a sophisticated, what's the word, counterfeiting mold. All he needs is the right shape, the right thickness, and that's exactly what he's getting with the soap. With the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit, nothing else will fit. Little reddish medallion for the center has mysteriously vanished though. Is it in the envelope? No. Did it fall into the cup? No. Is it even on my person anymore? It's gone, isn't it? It's long gone.
Hold it!
Weight as well. To how much extent? If you find fake coins inside. But there's a hole. The fake coins can melt. Altamont definitely does have a queen bee design. I don't know about Meterman, apart from simply having yellow clothes. Now, this is important. I don't think it can be dismantled. I think this is good. I think we do want statements on the thickness of the coin and everything. And I simply have to hope that the soap is suitable evidence.
Objection!
It's not suitable evidence! But we could explain that the soap is a mold. It had a disc. There's another soap mold in front of his window. We just had to lose a coin, didn't we? Oh. Really? I had to examine it for a third time for them to get the idea that the depression is perfectly shaped for it. Oh my goodness. 2 centimeter diameter.
Objection!
That is low game. That is very low. Every other Ace Attorney game, it is sufficient to know your evidence, to look at it, to see what you're supposed to, and then present it. They don't expect you to re-examine the evidence 3 times to get different text on it, usually. It's not soap, it's a mold. And see, then you're supposed to do this whole bit again. And if it's a steak, you can't just point it out, you gotta re-examine it from the top. And it'll give you the exact same line of reasoning.
Got it!
This better be the steak moment for Great Ace Attorney 2, and everything else is all about the table. A kind member of the public. You better have got to the receipt for that. As you suspected, and yet it counted as wrong evidence the first time through. Melted wax meter man? Again, for a man of your investigative prowess? Why was a pool of wax directly under the meter? And the hole directly under the meter nothing to consider? Again, Altamont. It's wax. What happens to wax? Black magic to make wax disappear? This is ancient black magic, by the way. Known since the time of Australopithecus. Visible on the gas meter. You mean the hole, right? Because we haven't opened the box. You suppose it's nothing then?
Got it!
Meterman, you have got to get your pay docked. for being the worst investigator that they could have put on this job in the first place. Now you get it, after it's been spelled out for you. Wax, ice, either way, there's a huge stain under the meter. Box cost you how much a company funds to make? Mm-hmm. Miss, you don't gotta feel so bad about this, remember? You've got evidence now that he's been cheating your company of gas. You could squeeze him for all he's worth. We have the evidence anyway. It's the photo.
Take that!
The puddle under the meter. Which looked to me like it was wax. Wax that had hard on the floor, but it could just be either water or discoloration from water stains. All he had to do was not be a slob. Could have put some cups under there, some buckets. See, that bar of soap broken in half is why I thought he was molding something more complex than a disc. Because he only broke one soap, there were still 2 more soaps outside. To extract a coin, ah. Silencing the audience by straight up attacking them. Somebody put Van Zieks on trial. And just so happened to catch a bottle? Uh-huh. Almost word for word. We established that the accuser, the victim and accuser, is a liar and a thief, and his testimony does not hold water, unless he's freezing it to make ice coins. And so him accusing our defendant has room for doubt. Yes, exactly. Liar and thief. Susanna's got it. Keep up, Naruhito. What she said. It means that Natsume might not be the guy that poisoned him just because he said so. He might have already had strychnine. And it's not that they found no containers of strychnine, it's that no containers had any fluid in them to be tested for strychnine. To think of it, hold on. The color's gone. It was a reddish disc, wasn't it? If it was water for ice, then reddish water is kind of concerning. If the coins themselves had strychnine in them, the soap could have been a container. And we've established the bricks on the window can be removed. So he might have put the container outside the house. Since nobody considering the area outside the window as part of the crime scene. Raise an objection. Gotta keep on the offensive. Could I choose what else there is to discuss? An assumption made due to lack of evidence. It is the container issue. And the situation has changed now. To consider the soap inside and out as containers for poison? Was someone else responsible? Was there a visitor? Was the poison in the tea?
Objection!
Consider the soap cut in half, and the pork. If it was one at night, then why would he cut up more soap to extract a coin to put in? If he was going to go to bed, he wouldn't need the lights. What he wanted was a disc and the tasty poison therein.
Objection!
Oh, that's true. It was a reddish disc. It could be red from the tea, and that's why he let it steep long enough to form a ring for more coinage. We've lost our coin. That's melted, that's gone, but there's one more bar of soap.
Take that!
I wasn't sure if that was gonna work. But it's daytime now. It's either noon or almost noon, or just after. So they gotta treat this delicately. It was snowing and cold enough overnight for the tea to become coins, frozen icy coins. He has really bad pipes, you see. And we have the ring in the teacup to prove that the tea was steeped for a while. Drank right away, left for a while, with plenty of tea to use too. That's lots of tea. Never will I touch tea again. Yes, you will. I guess I do see the bee design on Mr. Meterman too. He's dressed in yellow. His bag kinda gives a stripy butt, and his ascot's the wings. I see it now. But isn't strychnine usually administered as a powder, or a solid? Strychnine. As rat poison is in pellets, so it need not be a liquid. Pretty sure we have those very same blue pellets. And this is going to mean waiting for Scotland Yard, go up to Briar Street, cut the soap, get it examined, and so recess. Recess because I have to pee. But to suspend these proceedings for the time being. Is it going to be suspension for just like an hour or two? Or is this going to be the actual Day 2 investigations? Same hour tomorrow, we actually get Day 2 investigations. Even the final case of the first game did not get a Day 2. Adam Miss Green's bottle is that bottle by the door in his flat. That might be my last chance to check it. To be continued. The 3 magical words I want the most right now. To be continued. So I can empty my bladder. Leg stretch, bathroom break, BRB, back in a few. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What do I see here? BGM Neko Atsume winter version? There's a winter version of Neko Atsume? Oh, that's cute. Why have I not seen the winter version? Hold on. Is that a map? Is that a seasonal thing? I haven't seen my cats in like 4 years now. Do I even have it installed still? There it is. Way back in the folder with Autumn London and other games I haven't played since 2017. I found a memento from Ganache. But hold on. Remodel, is that it? Original, Zen, Rustic, Modern, Western, Figure Cafe. I don't see winter. Maybe it's seasonal. Maybe it's seasonal and I simply stopped playing right before the change? I don't know. Alright, that's enough Neko Atsume. Even though this video is adorable, so many cat butts. This isn't cat stream. This is court stream. Played it back in one piece. But pretty interesting though. That's what? 2 games in, and 7 trials, the first 2-day one. See, as one whole product of 10 trials, it's not a big deal. You get 3 tutorial cases in the front, then 7 solid cases after. But if you bought the first game in 2015, you're getting a very incomplete product for 2 whole years. To which you have to buy the part 2 at full price again. So it might actually be to our advantage that the game was delayed for as long as it was. You get both at once for the price of one. Pacing wise, you can just go on through. Case 1, 2, case 10. And the pacing for releases. You had what? Spirit of Justice, Dual Destinies, Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. In a very short amount of time. I mean, Kazuma-san is kinda here. You're carrying his sword, and the sword is supposed to be the spirit of the Japanese man. There we go, his spirit's still with you. Reverse or examine? Shovel good? Shovel's already been examined. And for whatever reason, very obvious ladder is non-interactable. Maybe Kazuma was also savvy to what was going on, both with the foreign intelligent leaks in Britain and whatever Susato's dad picked up on. Kazuma might have been sent on, not just as a student, but also as a spy. Considering his name was on a list of names with Gregson and Dr. Wilson. Hence, alluding to my theory crafty being correct after all. As if, what's his face? Kazuma was gonna ask us to do something, but then he died. And we're like, well, let's just hang around Britain and eventually figure out what it was. But unless it's visit Madame Toussaint someday, we can't really figure out what that is. Unless it's something major. Like some sort of international thing. He came here not just with the spirit of the upper-class Japanese male, but to use it. At this point. It's what makes the lawyering a cut above the rest. Really helps him stab to the heart of evil. It has to be the incident. Brett's unknown motives, the leaked government secrets, leaked in Japanese Morse. Wilson's murders. It all has to connect. Home sweet? It's not tomorrow yet, is it? Not tomorrow yet, so the blackboard should be the same. Don't tell me the foul smell is a tea. Schultz. It's not your doing, is it? Is he saying that he's passing the time with Mr. Reaper? Pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again? Is that they went off to sea in the present? When he had to run off when everyone else is going to dig through the case notes? We have to ask him. I was just here to examine the blackboard, see if anything's new. Nothing's new. Third from the right would be good. On the top shelf with the poisons? Van Zeke's the foul smell. The smell first. The latest invention would mean, of course, that Van Zeke's is not going to better to hold in court. Whether or not tea is genuine. How are you defining genuine tea? Oh, it turns black? Well, no, it is black tea. That means it's authentic, right? That means it's real. And now that you know it is tea, you have to drink this really foul-smelling thing. The better the tea it is. You drink it. So the tea is only a byproduct. What's the initial focus then? What is a primary thing? How on earth do I turn off the Steam friend stuff for the Steam overlays? For the game captures, I have the overlays off, you can't see it, but oh my goodness, Din, pick a game already. In prints. He's not going to do the butthole print that somebody came up with late last year or the year before, is he? Well, not late last year, that was like April of 2020 or 2019. And it became a bigger stink in the end of the year. Well, Natsume is not dead yet, nor is he dead 4 months from now? 6 months from now? So clearly, the Reaper business is fake. Are you to suggest that the thespian is also on Van Ziek's employ, and his suicide, his faked suicide, was to create a legalistic possibility to get Natsume back behind bars and to the gallows? I'm pretty sure that Van Ziek's is fine. I'm going to resume my initial guess that Van Ziek's is simply a very doggedly pursuing man of justice in his country and era's brand of justice. And that is a Chief Justice all along. The man on top of the justice system in an era of very barbaric and very bloodthirsty laws and punishments, who sees non-guilty verdicts coming from a prosecutor, who goes all in, teeth bare, all the best documented evidence, still get a not guilty, and arranges for these deaths himself, without Van Ziek's knowing or approval. That's my guess. And Van Ziek's knowing that there's a connection, but not understanding it, quits lawing because he doesn't want innocent people or non-guilty people to end up murdered in suspicious ways. That's his reputation. And that's also people given non-guilty verdicts. That's a bastardization of the legal process who just kill them anyway. I don't know how that will connect to leaked government secrets and Miss Brett. Miss Brett, easily enough, probably is an agent of the Chief Justice, if I'm correct. Dr. Wilson probably learned too much, or got a non-guilty himself and had to flee. So Brett murdering him could be connected to the Chief Justice and other higher echelons? Japanese people, or ask about Van Zieg's blatant racism. Is it because Dr. Wilson fled to Japan with assistance from the Japanese government? Is Miss Brett actually a Miss Van Zieks? 10 years ago. There was one unknown name in the list of 4. Was it Shin? Is he our leak? Unable to tell me anything. Why not? You know about it. Give us a name, man. In due course. Alright. It's Sholmes. He'll show up exactly when he's supposed to. I love the descent, the decaying of the enthusiasm of the notes. Bling, bling, bling. Alright, it's everything here. Let's look at Miss Green's hospital bed. Anything different with Green? Can we give her our regards and well wishes? She's gone! The mouse is here. Her blouses or cloak? No bottle. What is he doing here? That is very suspicious. It's a wig. All this is a wig, and the person in the portrait is her brother, Shamspear. They're related. That's what I'm guessing. That's probably why Miss Green was in the area at that time. Oh no, they spotted me! No! As long as he's going to speak, going to commit to memory, the tilt of his nose, the angle of the jaw. So dark, E-clad. He's gonna smash the ball, it's gonna be too late. He's gonna run home, and I won't get the opportunity. Anon? Who are you calling Anon? Miss Green or not, put that act away. Nobody with Isabel hair could be a bad person. No. The chin is too rounded. The nose too downwards. Unless this is a significantly younger version of Shakespeare, it's probably not him. There's a ring on his finger that I just realized. On his left hand, this finger on the left hand, ring finger, left hand. But I've lost track of who does a wedding ring on the left hand or the right. 20 years of age, 31 years of age. Well, he might look about her age in the picture. So maybe this is him 11 years ago? 11 years ago, his aspirations were for painting. Oh, you know, I wish the rounder features were only when young. If anything, my rounder features increase with age. We'll speak to you later, Miss Green. You're gonna be discharged, but I want to stop by this room first. Because I haven't given it the full examination. The first day we're allowed to examine, I already found every important piece of evidence before looking to the left. This is the crime scene. We're here for our client's defense. And since you're here, Gregson, how goes the investigation into the key? They did, and yes, a small amount of tea in it. Cool. Later today either. Excellent. So be ready by tomorrow. Even Gregson has to admire it. That is praise, Ryunosuke. See, Sholmes is there. Always showing up when he has to. Oh, even if I went to the left, he can't examine that bottle. Huh. With or without an audience. Sad tears. Still haven't found the other piece of the envelope. If Shamsphere's telling the truth, and he ate the scripts ages ago for breakfast, he might have eaten that letter too. A letter with instructions from the Chief Justice to implicate Mr. Natsume. So, these meters only work for 3p coins. What do you do if you put a smaller coin in that fits but isn't the right denomination? Do you just lose that money forever with no benefit? There's a hole in the wall. That's suspicious. There's a box. Boxes are always up to something. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Something for him. Well, he found the tea and the soap. That's something new. And now there really isn't anything else but shoals. Alright, let's dance. Susato, even anticipating. Oh, forensic talents, I want the deductions! But alright, let's do forensics too. Primitive British forensics. Skin Print Seeker Gun. He hasn't elaborated on what the skin print is. So, you're going by the grease people leave behind? Their finger grease? Or lip grease or whatever else? Wouldn't that change throughout the day and every day, based on your cleanliness, what you've eaten? I don't know about this one. Maybe you might be able to say that one person from one single day did touch XYZ, but it has to vary throughout the day. Your secretions can't be that constant. Oh, this is gonna be the luminol, isn't it? Luminol spray, all the things. So he did move the box. The box is hiding something. Everything is as it should be. The letter. Nothing for the letter. It's the floor, Susato. The floorboard removes. So he'd open it and close it multiple times. I guess it's nothing. Must not be important at all. He never cooks, never makes tea. Then what? There's spray, look around. But there shouldn't be anything else, is there? I've already sprayed all the areas. And you can respray a place to get the same dialogue, but can't interact otherwise. Around the photo frame, but not in the picture frame. If there were prints on the picture frame, I'd maybe suggest that he removes a picture, then leans in to inspect something. Unless just holes in the picture. Could be holes in the picture that he uses to lead and inspect with. It sticks out too, you can see how obvious it is. The painting is weird, I don't know why he would lean on the painting. Susato, moving the board works better if you're not leaning on it. What'd you find? The rest of the envelope? Is it the container for the poison? We're doing your job, Inspector. We're finding more evidence for you to take back to Van Zeek's. So what is it, man? Show us. Nothing. Nothing behind the picture, but of course, there were handprints around it, but not on it. The picture itself was unmoved. Which is really weird. It wouldn't be a deliberate red herring, because he wouldn't know that someone's gonna come here with skin print chemicals. Ghost, maybe. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using skin print seeker gun. Multiple prints on either side of the hanging picture. There is some overlap with the corners of the picture at the high up part. But there's nothing behind the picture itself. The only thing I can possibly think of is if he had a regular lover, and either he or they had their hands up on this part of the wall frequently. But I don't think the game's going that direction. I don't know what this is about. Just constant hands on either side, upper quadrants, sometimes touching. Unless there is a hole visible when zooming in on the picture. Is that a person? Do not see what the significance is yet. Maybe it might come up in court or something, I don't know. Alright, Greggs, what have you found? Gregson, it might help if you remove the floorboard first. Well, even if he doesn't tell us, we'll fight it in court tomorrow. Assuming Van Zeeks doesn't keep it as evidence, to be kept in his sleeve till later. No, it just needs judge material. The judge also is fickle as the weather. 3 items: newspaper, photographic print, and a tin box. What's in the box? What's in the box? Biscuits? Completely empty. What if the box was a vector for carrying in the poison? Everyone's expecting liquid strychnine, but it could have been in powder form, or pellets, or granules. Mr. Garade and the same young man in the picture in Miss Green's room. Did you say recent? It looks reasonably recent to me. So whoever this is wouldn't be Mr. Shamspear from 11 years ago. Unless Mr. Shamspear looks completely different outside of costume. If it's relatively recent, either it is Shamspear outside of costume, or it's the prior tenant from Mr. Natsume's room who also died in mysterious circumstances. too bad because he's dead. It's not leaking information, it's keeping the defense up to date so they can build their case and make a fair trial. But what do you say that was too quick? All the more reason not to tell you. A photographic print found in Mr. Shamspeare's room shows the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, with a young man. It has to have some importance if he's hiding it in his room. And he just said, Mr. Shamspeare himself is not in it. That is confirmation this is Mr. Shamspeare. Is a newspaper clipping going to be about how the upstairs tenant, prior to Mr. Natsume, died mysteriously? A collection of his murders. The convict who got sick and died in Manchester. Okay, so it's Selden Green. It's the older brother of Miss Olive Green, who was supposed to be killed, sentenced to death up in Manchester, but faked his death, and now he's Shamspeare. Case closed. Why he would keep this? In this room. Newspaper about that death ensconced. The photograph ensconced. Newspaper article about Selden. Criminal sentenced to reach the death penalty, but died of illness in prison, whilst Luke remained undiscovered. Waga Hi, what are you doing? This is not your room. There's a hole to the up- No, that's not the upstairs. How'd you get behind the set, Waga Hi? Wait, Mr. Natsume refers to himself as Wakahai too. Wakahai is supposed to be a personal pronoun that isn't just archaic, but is still be pompous, on top of being old-fashioned. Like, not even samurai in fiction, pompous old-fashioned. Like Cats and Bowser, and few others. You have to be on cat level pompous and arrogant to use Wakahai. It's an adorable little pompous kitty, though. I was looking at the camera. It's kneading the carpet. Oh my goodness, I love it. Nothing else here. That's all done. This isn't. Reminded of the Reaper. So, Wagga High was Wagga hiding back here, but there's nothing to investigate. Kitty? What did Kitty bring us? Oh, look at that little face! It's too precious! It's got a kitty stretch too, and it got a kitty sit, and it's got a bow tie. The playing video game stream is over. From here on out, it's just gonna be 24 hours of staring at Wakai. Does he loop through meowing, or just the once? She wags her tail, and then just stares. She stopped. Just blink and wag. Never mind Wagahai gun boring now. But what was the purpose of Wagahai's appearance? Because Wagahai is normally over up in Natsume's room up above. Is there a passage between the two? Did you come in and then spook the man, spook Shamspear, and cause him to accidentally swallow a bit of strychnine? Anything else new? Nothing new. That's not new. That's not new. Everything else has been examined. I don't know why, but for some reason I think that key around her neck is to be important for something. Both she and this person have paintbrushes. So maybe it is an older brother whose aspirations she was following, and then it turns out that older bro was given death row for stealing 1,000 pounds of jewels. And before he dies, she's given a key to his hoard of loot. And then he resurfaces as Shamspear. Maybe? And maybe the hoard of loot is located in Mr. Natsume's room, hence why the prior occupant was murdered. And maybe why Natsume is now also being pegged for a murder that did not happen. Given the cabs all of our business today. There's nothing to examine then. Their soaps is done. So there's nothing here. Prison. How could I forget? Talking to the defendant. Maybe getting more testimony. Maybe just assuaging him of his insecurities and anxieties. He's not here. There's nothing in prison. nothing here either. Garadeb. Mr. Garadeb's room then. Mr. and Mrs. But Mrs. is behind bars. He's out? What? Then... Should I examine this as a connection between Garadeb and the photograph? Shouldn't Kokoro Garadeb's out, he's too honest. But he's left the door unlocked. If he's left the door unlocked, they're all allowed to be here. Nothing's changed here either. Is there something with Wakahai now that Wakahai's out? The teacups have not been investigated. Or have some aspect of them changed? Then there's nothing else here. I can't present or converse with anybody. And there is nothing from Wakahai's hiding spot. There's no Sholmes hiding behind Gregson, is there? No, there's nothing here. Is he back now that the tea's been examined? Still no? Green, we can't converse, can we? Can't converse, can't present, just talk to you once, and you've been spoken to. Nobody's at Briar Road either. Everything that can be examined already has been. Prison, Natsume's not back yet. Can't do anything. Is it because I haven't spoken about today's trial yet? That's the one thing locking me away, maybe? Returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Saint Bartholomew, so would explain why he was there witness green. Well, now that he's been told, we should visit the hospital later. There's nothing new here. We've seen we've seen Shamspear, and he's left already. Hmm. I not inspected anything thoroughly enough. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeway prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmates, the medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. But I can't present anything to anybody yet, because nobody's around to talk to. Everything all gets the same, hey, we should wait for him to come back. Don't touch anything yet. No one to speak to, no hidden Sholmeses. As far as I can tell, I've been everywhere and everything. Alright then. Susato, what do we do next? Present maybe? Just present you stuff as you react to something? What indeed? The photo maybe? Do you recognize it as the one from the room in the hospital? No? The only thing I could maybe think of for the wall is maybe there's a button that he pushes. I don't know. That's not the exterior wall, is it? Because the exterior wall has a window. Then to the left of that is another house, because it's detached, not detached housing, attached housing. So it could simply be slapping at the neighbor's wall a lot. I don't see a button, and there's no reason to believe that there's a secret mechanism. A secret complex mechanism someplace inside the wall. I appear to be stumped. What's next, Susato? Blue at the scene. In Mr. Shamspear's room to help solve the mystery. But all the interactable stuff in the room has a check mark on. It's been done. It's done with. If there was more to talk to Gregson about with, then he would have had a check mark on it. That's all checked off. Wagahai, could I present with you? You got a check mark too, though. There was literally nothing else around. What does game want from me? Did I do something wrong? Did I break something? Is there more stuff to talk about with Miss Green that I somehow didn't see? And that's the end of that. Maybe now that we have the photograph, we could look at this and counter the idea that, hold on a second, these two look remarkably similar. Because that's the exact same person in the photo, with Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garadeb, who we could speak to about the photo, we could show him, be like, who is this? But he doesn't want to be here. So it feels like there should be some trigger that I should do, but I haven't picked up on. Something is waiting on something. Where were you hiding, Mr. Natsume? We've been here like 3 times now. The only thing that changed was asking Suzato, what do we do next? And she said, go to the Shamsphere's room. That's a very weird trigger, if that is a trigger. But he refuses. Aww. You wake up in the morning, look around, and that realization could depress anybody. But You have fled the Reaper once already, Natsume. Finally, now that we have something to do. Maybe the tea? Could he confirm the tea? No. What to use? Where are you again? Just a crime scene photo. Handprints? Does he know anything about the handprints? Or just talk to him. Apart from every other amazing moment, this was the most amazing moment. But for Naruhodo, Ryanosuke, it was Friday. I don't know, Sasuke, what if the soap is made of strychnine? We know he didn't pour it down his throat because there was tea residue on the cup, but he could have sipped some. Which is also a good point. If he couldn't afford decent lodgings and nothing but books, how did he afford poison in his budget? I mean, I guess it could just be rat poison. Rat poison is cheap. And that is a primary use of strychnine. Bring soap, we got soap. The soap itself was a saboteur that murdered your previous occupant of your room? What about the envelope? Maybe he recognizes that. No. Maybe simply speaking to him is enough. And by now, Mr. Garrett would have come home. Mr. Garradeb, you home now? No, he's not. But there's nothing else to talk about with Mr. Natsume. Briar Road? Nobody's out and about here. Shamspear's room? Nothing's changed. Miss Green? All as I left it. I've used the conversations. I showed him soap. His books. I can't see that being too relevant to right now. Is that what we're doing? Looking for something to blame? Already showed the cups, right? He takes it as a gift. Yes, take the whole gas meter as a present. That's everything in my pockets. This you recognize, news from Manchester. He knew of what? You're blaming the curse on your lodgings, on Selden too. So that was a key to show a completely unrelated person's picture or newspaper article? Capital offender Selden. How does a recluse in London from Japan know Selden? That would suggest that the photograph is indeed Selden, and that the photograph in Miss Green's room is also Selden. So your room used to be Selden's. Selden changes his name to Shamspear, because he's a sham, and he moves into the house, but that room's occupied, so he takes the ground floor, but he wants your room because you have his hoardings, his wealth, so you have to go. Case solved. Gotta say, getting to this thread was pretty obtuse. For some reason, Natsume was hiding out someplace. Until finding whatever hidden trigger. Then showing him the newspaper is complete guesswork. Asphyxia. You're telling me that he suffocated? Maybe he is. Maybe he is being gassed from below. You light the stove, and the pilot light goes out and fills with gas. So we already know that Shamspear does tamper with the meters. Who's to say he doesn't tamper with the pipes enough? That he knows how to poison the occupant upstairs? Bit of a runabout getting here, but I think that's plenty to go on. Finally back, Garadab. Almost don't want to go through his preamble. But it's London. Everywhere's haunted or covered in vampires, whatever else. 15 Jack the Rippers for every 100 people. Probably nothing to examine here significantly, so skip that for now. First, tell us about this mysterious photograph with you. Is that the prior occupant? Is that the prior occupant, or is that the murderer? Duncan Ross. So he is probably the one directly before Natsume, who was killed off by Shamspear. So that means then that Shamspear is being extremely sloppy, keeping mementos of his first kill, mementos of his escape from prison. So Garada wouldn't show up because we had to get the convict's curse from Natsume first for this conversation to make sense. And Natsume's still alive, there's only one dead so far. Hey, Schultz is here. When did you show up, Sholmes? Because I don't recall seeing you around here. Oh, that's right. He watches the rise and flow of the gas. Maybe he has witnessed any anomalies, though. Then. Maybe we can cross-reference it with when Natsume has ever gone to sleep? for a place with a background. Three months. And when was this? There's no date on it. Unless it's this October. The November, December, January, February. I read it out for us in case you did not guess. Shamspear's tendency? 3 months ago now? Three days later. That is not any time at all. That's what, the traveling time? Hitchhiking from up in Manchester to London by foot? Specifically wants the middle room, huh? And so you murder the middle floor occupant, and before you can claim it, new occupant, straight off the bat. Three months arrears with rent. This guy is somehow both the worst and the nicest landlord, letting him just sit there for 3 months. How does he make money? Does that mean you want to play deduction game? Or are you just indulging? Just goofing? Okay, so tell us about them. About Miss Green's brother's death, Duncan Ross. Breaking his heart, Naruto. He doesn't want to think of his rooms as cheap. Oh, that's why. That's why he keeps such high alert. Both on watching the lamps, and on somebody waking up a half hour late. Oh, Gara Deb, he really does care. Even if his rooms are really basic, with no bathrooms or anything, and no windows. The Bally Curse, or maybe you could replace the pipes, Mr. Landlord? A letter of affection. Oh no. So Ross and Green aren't brothers and sisters. but they were paramours. And of course, because there's no detail that is spared, the envelope, the green envelope, is that letter of affection. Green stationery. My most beautiful and charming sweetheart. I think it's obvious. Gotta show this to Miss Green. A name? Is it Olive? Is it Green? Is it OG? Olive Green. So what brought you here? I don't think she was here to flirt with Mr. Shamspear, even though he was seen accosting her at the hospital. Maybe to visit the site of her beloved's death? Maybe find some clues? Some closure? And I think that's all good from him. Unless I show him. Unless I show him. My armband. Maybe if I show him. Quick at least. I like the quick turnaround. The envelope? This is your house, you know the painting? Doesn't know, doesn't care. Alright, let's start the screen then. Unless Wagahai wants to give more evidence? Miss Green bottle. Before it smashes, on the table. Deduction time, now that she's hiding stuff. Bottle on table. Before it smashes. For the sake of accolades. I feel though that we walked in on a very somber scene. I don't think this is medicine that the doctor gave her. She's got the portrait of her deceased, she's got a note on the table, and we walk in on her about to chug some mystery substance. I think that she wasn't long for this world. All at once, Ryanuski, your poor liver! How is this man not dead? Achievement unlocked. Down in 1. Note. Could I read your note? It's also in green envelope. Right. Not until she tells us to look at it. Conversation. Strong, sad. What if we showed you recognizable stationery from your boyfriend's letters? Green envelope? Artist eye? No, aesthetics all wrong. See, you are an artist. Doubting yourself so? And the bottle fell. Purple fluid. She was given Pepto-Bismol. And the rat's gonna lick it while we're talking, and the rat is gonna roll over dead. That's the only reason the rat is here, isn't it? To be our sacrificial lamb. And with him gone, you follow that dream. Worst but cheapest room. At least she was supportive of it. The rat has moved. The rat's tail is behind her and not moving. Called it. It was a cute mouse too. Not long for this world. Is this deduction time? Deduction time to confirm her suicide? That's a high note to end the week on, given the time. What he means, Neverhudo, is that in Britain, suicide is still a crime. The clue being the very dead rat at our feet. I mean, it could simply be that the rat ate too much medicine that wasn't meant for its biology, and probably overwhelmed its liver and kidneys. Or it's strychnine, of course it's strychnine. But strychnine takes a half hour to work. We only took 30 seconds to talk. The rat could have left, died someplace in the walls. Powerful enough to kill one large mouse. instantaneously. Still can't examine, can we? But there's no check mark. Susato Segre Filosofa? So, Susato, will you let us look at it? Should ask Miss Green about it, okay. We'll ask politely. The medicines are all locked up. Leaves it open for a while. East and west, everybody's got really lax poison control and securities. To your office, Sholmes. You're gonna steal hospital property. There's a tear on the green envelope. Green envelope torn. Really, Shamspear has to stop collecting mementos of his past crimes. Regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Slug and Salad, Briar Road, 5 p.m. the 17th. It's the 22nd now. What if the 17th be the time she was attacked by the falling knife? How much you want to bet that key was given by Duncan to her and contains the hiding place of Shamspear's loot? Well, that explains why we still have a map then. Northern corner of Briar Road, that would put it right up here. It's the side corner of the bookstore. Slug and Salad is an excellent name for a pub. Good strong feel of rat lungworm. Green, it's okay. You're asleep for the past week. You couldn't have said anything. And now we have so much information we could use. At most, maybe we'll have to talk to Natsume again. But we should be able to go straight into court then. Olive Green becomes such an accomplished artist that to this day, even crayons devote a color to her. In due reverence. It's night now, so I guess that's it. Could it be to be continued in court tomorrow? And when did facets and hearts come up? That was like around the last case, wasn't it? There's no way you can talk about that now. The timeline, man. You're messing up the timeline. Turns out, Baron Van Zieks isn't the Reaper after all. It's Inspector Grayson. Tobias Reaper. But how is Shoma's gonna help us? His skin prints aren't going to be the next big thing for the court, is it? Title music. Alright, given the climactic feel of the music, this should be the halfway point for this trial. So, when coming back on Monday, that should be all the rest of the case. That could be all the investigation needed, so maybe it's just 4 to 6 more hours of case to go, and the memoirs of Kokoro will be completed. But we don't yet know. We don't yet know what was so interesting for Suzato's father to have taken notice. For Sholmes to have wanted to silence the publication. But that, I think, is going to be a good place to end it for the week. Having completed the first game of the series, of the spin-off, and gotten 1.5 cases in the second. So good progress, I think. So Monday we'll get back into this. We'll finish off this case, and hopefully if there's time, we'll start the third case for this game. If not, next week should be plenty of time to get through most of it. So for now, let me see who to drop a little bit of a raid onto. People are getting further ahead. Every time I look at the category, there's several people who are several cases behind, but a few who are a little bit ahead, and all the spoilers just looking at thumbnails. Well, it appears to me that Zeno Yin is in the case we were on yesterday, where Suzato was back in Japan, dressing as Ryotaro, and that was a fun case. So I'm going to toss you guys on over to Zeno Yin. Haven't seen them play before, but that's half the fun of raiding, finding cool new people, seeing if it sticks. Thanks for hanging. It seems like Great Ace Attorney is a bit slower and not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm having fun with it. So, thanks for enduring this slower, more ponderous series of games. And do enjoy the rest of your weekend, rest of your day. We are officially over halfway through this thing, so we'll see what next week brings. Take care of yourselves. See you folks around.